All right, it's debate night without the actual debate. Well, you can find the debate on your own. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here live to do a debate pre-show and post-show, and we're going to have the live chat open during the debate. So you're going to have to find the debate on your own because ABC would not give us permission to show it. So I will leave you to your own devices to find the debate. But maybe if you want to, you can turn the debate on somewhere and then chat with people in our chat if you want to do that. So welcome everyone to our live debate show. I actually got some video from the spin room in Philadelphia. Look at this. Check this out. Is this going to work? It's the spin room. Hey, we got some footage from the spin room. That's where people are going to be interviewed before and after the debate. So we'll have footage. We'll have like that kind of footage for you. The spin room. I got to put that up there. Hang on a moment here. Just give me a moment here. It's at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. So let me actually put on the screen live debate spin room. It's the spin room. Live debate spin room. Put that up there for you. Oops, no. Maybe I'll turn the volume on a little bit there. I want to take your comments, but I'm gonna turn the volume on a little bit. Oh, that's better. That's better. Oops. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Hang on a second here. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why is that? Why is this not behaving? Should be good. Oh, what's this? Somebody's getting interviewed. What's that? Is that just press? I don't know what was happening there. What just happened? Oh, Kennedy. Hey, it's Kennedy. It's RFK Jr. It's RFK Jr. Look, it's RFK Jr. Can you see? It's RFK Jr. We can't really hear him, but it's RFK Jr. He's live in the spin room. He's spinning. He's probably spinning supporting Donald Trump because he says he endorses Trump. He's in the spin room. Anyways, I'm here. I'm disappeared. Well, can you still see him? Well, I don't want to cover him. I don't want to cover RFK. Anyways, you can see him behind me.
Airdrop to me, and I'm going to plug into the hard line. Do you have retransfer? Yeah.
Is there a? Hold on a second.
Oh shit! I'm have it, and I have. See if you can air.
Hey, so anyways, you can't really see him right now. So we're here to talk about the debate. I want to hear what you guys think is going to happen. Obviously, a very important debate. It's a very close presidential race, the polls suggest. So it's a very important debate. Oh, you can see RFK there. So the spin room is where people like surrogates for the different campaigns will come in and say that their candidate is great and the other candidate is bad, and their candidate did well and the other candidate didn't, and that kind of stuff. So that is RFK Jr. there. And so let me know what you guys think. And again, during the debate, we have the live chat open. And then after the debate, I'll be back for the post show. Hey, Apple Tree is watching from the Netherlands. You mean 3 a.m., I think, Apple Tree. Thanks also to Ooms World for your support, and Bathtub Mary and LGM for you, and Casey and Wars for being a new member. Let's shout out our moderators.
It's moving a bit. So,
Let's shout out our moderators here. Sarah 55, Jessica S, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry over there on X as we watch RFK Jr., but you can't really see him right now. So I'll come back on. And over there on Twitch, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Surly Dev. And you know, after the debate, we'll have a bunch of post-debate interviews through the footage, so we'll have that for you. Hey, thanks, Shaft, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Shaft. Also, a bunch of post-debate interviews. Also, we have Kay Lowry Body and Beth Shepard are moderating over on Facebook. Raven Lynn, thanks so much. Oh, is Queenful modding too? Queenful's modding too. Hey, Queenful. So what do you guys think? What are you looking for? I'm going to start reading some of your messages here in the chat. What do you think is going to happen? About an hour and 9 minutes till the debate. I'll be watching along with you, but not on my own channel because I don't have permission to use the footage. Not Bob Odenkirk thinks the debate will be civil. Hey, thanks for the gift memberships. Think and repent. Thank you. Terranaut says, excitement fills the air. We will have a feeling of the next 4 years within the next 4 hours. Wow. Susie Irish says, looking for temperament. Did I say think and repeat? It's think and repent. I'm sorry if I misread that. It's think and repent. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Wars, for your support as well. Thank you, Wars. That's very nice of you. Let's see here. Sunny Day says, I hope it's anticlimactic. Weather Wizard says, let's get ready to rumble. It's a 90-minute debate. It's a 90-minute debate. Stickler for Change says, I don't think it'll be too eventful considering the last debate. Thanks to our new member, Susie Irish. Oh, you can sort of see RFK speaking there on Trump's behalf in the spin room. You're looking at the spin room. Hang on a moment here. By the way, there's some people there's a pro-Palestinian protest going on outside. I think. I don't know. Let's see. If I do this, hold on a second. That's you can't see much there. There's a pro-Palestinian protest going on outside, so I'll keep an eye on the footage I have of that as well. Look at all the press. See, it's the ABC News debate, so there's all this ABC News signage up there. Hey, thanks, The Man, our new member. All right, I'm reading comments from you guys. We're going to maybe do a couple polls here about what you think is going to happen. Thanks so much to Brad Boda. I don't want to do who will win the debate because I don't like doing those kind of like, because that ends up becoming like who do you like the best. I don't like doing those kind of polls. I think they're divisive. I don't really like them. We'll do some sort of poll. I got one. Will there be some big, important, unplanned moment in the debate? Will there be a big, important, unplanned moment in the debate? Yes or no? I'm gonna post that right now. Then we'll see what you guys have to say about it. Hey, there's RFK Jr. Oops, why am I not on the screen? I should be. There's RFK Jr. speaking on Trump's behalf. Okay, so let's see what you guys think about this poll question. Will there be a big, important, unplanned moment in the debate? You can interpret that as you'd like. 2/3 of you on YouTube say yes. 2/3 of you on YouTube say there will be a big, important, unplanned moment in the debate. How about Twitch? You know, we got a real difference with Twitch and YouTube right now on this question. Over there on Twitch, no is winning. Look at this. Over on Twitch, we got 55% say no, 57% say no. So YouTube and Twitch, they disagree on this question. Jamie thinks it'll be her first real test. She will choke, says Jamie. Wow. Thanks to Brad Boda. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it. I hope you're okay with the poll we just did. Thanks also the Augustus24, our new member. Enigma System says, because we are over here on YouTube, we are dramatic. So 2/3 of the people on YouTube, 2/3 of the voters in the poll thinks there's going to be a big, more important unplanned moment, whereas on Twitch, only 41% think so. All right. Thank you for voting. We'll do another poll in a little bit. Thanks for voting. Hey, thanks so much to Jim. Jim says spin rooms are divisive, IMO. Thank you, Jim. That's very kind of you, Jim. Thanks for your generous support of the channel. You know, another reason so many press, I think, is surrounding RFK Jr. is like, the press is looking to interview people in the spin room, and like, I think he was one of the first people there. There was really nobody else there. Not many people there. So what'll happen is, before 9, you'll start seeing more of the surrogates come in. We'll see a bunch of surrogates come in. But he was one of the first. Everybody was chasing him. Thanks, Eamon O'Leary. Thank you. Eamon is watching with Seattle and family and friend. Plus, Moose the Maine Coon cat. Very nice. Look at the huge press presence there. I mean, this could be the, you know, it could be the only debate. It's not certain that it'll be another one. This could be the only one. Daniel Terrell's watching from Qatar. You know what I forgot? Who are the debate moderators? Oh, David Weir and Lindsay Davis. David Weir and Lindsay Davis. If I'm pronouncing Weir right. From ABC. ABC News are moderating. I'm going to read you a little analysis here. You can see what you think of it. You can see what you think of this. Um, oh, I have a little summary here with some ground rules and stuff. I got a little article for you. When and where is the Harris-Trump presidential debate? I'm not going to read the whole thing. This is from Reuters, but it talks about like the debate rules and stuff. Look at those pictures. So let me just give you a little background here. The debate is being, oh, it's RFK Jr. again. The debate is being held at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, which is in Pennsylvania, which is perhaps the most important battleground state of this election. The National Constitution Center is a museum devoted to the U.S. Constitution in Philadelphia's Independence Hall. Oh, it is an Independence Hall. The Independence Hall also contains the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall. What are the ground rules? What are the ground rules? The candidates' microphones, says Reuters, the candidates' microphones will be muted when it is not their turn to speak. Okay, the candidates' microphones will be muted when it is not their turn to speak. The Harris campaign agreed to this rule after weeks of back and forth with the Trump campaign, with Harris' team initially hoping for a so-called hot mics throughout the debate and Trump's team pushing for muted mics. CNN's debate between Biden and Trump also had muted microphones when candidates were not speaking. The CNN debate banned any props. Oh, there's RFK Jr. He's walking away. Look at all the press. Look at all the press. Like in the CNN debate, tonight is expected to have no props, no live audience, 2 commercial breaks. Okay, no props and no live audience tonight, and the mics will be shut off when it's the other person's turn to speak. Although somebody I heard, I think it was Larry Sabato, said he thought if they start like doing crosstalk with each other, that they might let leave both mics on. Somebody's over there now. Who's over there? Who's over there? Thanks to Ariane7 for the gift memberships. Thank you, Ariane7. Also, thank you, Kepi K. Thank you, Kepi K, for your support. I appreciate that. And Jackie, our member Jackie. Also, thanks for subscribing, Responder Gaming. Responder Gaming, and thanks Big Ball of Yarn for your support. Who is over there now? Hold on. I can't see. Who are they talking to? Who are they? Oh, Chris Christie, somebody said? Is he there? Where? I'm not seeing him. Maybe somebody mentioned. I was reading things. I didn't even look. Somebody's over there. Who can figure it out? Someone said J.B. Pritzker's over there? I can't see. It's like behind the people, I think. Hey, thanks, Desi Des. That's really nice of you, Desi Des. Thank you. Some people are saying Pritzker's over there. I still haven't seen. Let's see. According to this Reuters article I was reading to you, I was reading you guys a Reuters article about the debate. The Reuters article says that voters want to hear more about Kamala Harris's policy plans. Harris may attack Trump on his appointment of 3 Supreme Court justices who helped overturn Roe v. Wade. She may mention Project 2025, a sweeping conservative policy framework written by some of Trump's closest advisors, and she may contrast her record as a prosecutor with his felony conviction. How about Trump? Trump will likely try and pin issues on Harris, pin issues that helped sink Biden's popularity with voters, inflation and border security, while suggesting she is not ready to be the nation's commander-in-chief. He may bring up the liberal stances she took as a 2020 candidate and could attack the Biden administration's record on Gaza and Ukraine. The economy, particularly high consumer prices, is likely to be a main topic, says Reuters. Oh, let me go to outside for a second. Here's outside. There are some pro-Palestinian protesters. There are some pro-Palestinian protesters outside the venue. So that's what you're looking at, a pro-Palestinian protesters outside the debate venue. So we'll keep an eye on that. But let's go back to the spin room. All right, I want to hear from you guys. What are you guys looking for? What are your predictions? Write in the chat. Write to me on @Lookner on X. I'm going to read some of your comments here. We have about 54 minutes till the debate starts. Susie Irish says, I believe that Gaza, Israel, Middle East is going to be a hot topic. Yeah, I mean, so I can't show the debate because ABC would not give me permission to. You can find it for free on, for example, there's a number of YouTube channels showing it. I can't show it. I don't have permission. But you should not have to pay for it. You should be, if you have access, say, to YouTube, you can find it. At least in the US you can. Also, I would assume it's on ABC News on YouTube because they're the ones running the debate. Oom's World says the podiums are different height on ABC. Well, I don't know for sure, but given that the candidates are different heights, I think Trump is like 6'2" or something. So maybe they have a thing where they make them the same height by having, one standing on a platform or something like that. I would not be surprised if they did that. Kamala Harris is 5'4", according to the internet, according to Google. So I don't, I don't know how they do things, but maybe they do something to make them look a similar height or something. Trump is 6'3", I guess, according to Wikipedia. Hold on, I'm looking at some more comments here from you guys. Jen mentioned to me that BNO News Live said U.S. Representative Joe Wilson from South Carolina was taken to a hospital after collapsing at an event. So I hope he's okay. They said the state reported that. I will keep an eye on it. Will they shake hands, says Turned Off. I saw that being questioned on talked about on TV. I bet Poly Market has all kinds of people all kinds of things people are betting on. I mean, yeah, like on Poly Market, there's a will Trump and Harris shake hands. Currently, the bettors on Poly Market think there's a 26% chance. It's a betting site, and the odds go up or down depending on how much people bet on each side. How many viewers will they get? Who will speak more? Do people want to do the shake hands poll? Is that what people want to do? Fine, we'll do it. We'll do it. I'll take the viewer suggestion. Let's see what you guys have to say about whether they will shake hands. Maybe they'll hug. Maybe they'll hug. That'd be a nice moment, wouldn't it, if they hugged? 61% of people on YouTube voting say they will say no on our chat. They say they will not shake hands. Over there on Twitch, meanwhile, 82% on Twitch say they will not shake hands, or 80%. Really? I haven't been following the will they shake hands debate, so I don't know. I don't know if there's any plans for this or anything. People are saying no hug. Eddie V says hug. How about a nice friendly hug? Now they're playing music. There's music. There's copyrighted music. I got to hold off on the music. I'll turn it back. I'll turn the sound back on in a second. I don't know why they're playing music there. It's the spin room. Oh, I got to put this back up. It's the spin room, the debate spin room. You know, actually, shortly, because it's now 48 minutes till the debate, we should start seeing more luminaries in that spin room very soon, I would think, giving interviews. We'll see a lot of people there actually. After the debate, we'll see a lot of people there. Oh, I got another shot of the spin room. I think I got Jake Tapper. I think I got a video of Jake Tapper. Where is it here? Hold on, I had it. Oh, maybe I can show you guys Jake Tapper. Give it a second. I got to refresh the video. Oh, I lost him. I think I missed my chance to see Jake Tapper. I'll get it back for you. Don't worry. Anyways, in terms of, oops, I'm messing everything up now. I messed everything up. Sorry. Everything's messed up. The poll, so most of you think they're not going to shake hands. All right, let's just get that out of the way. Fine. Thank you for voting. Now, can I get this other shot of the spin room up? Give me a moment here. I just need to fix this. This should be... Oh. Why is it? Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm sorry. We'll get it. We'll get the other shot of the spin room in a second. I got another shot of the spin room. Hang on. I want to get you this other shot of the spin room so you guys can see it. One moment, please. Are they still playing music? Here we go. There's some audio. We got audio for you. Here's this. Hang on, watch. Wait a second. Wait for it. It's another shot of the spin room. Look, guys, from AFP, it's the spin room. There we go. We have 2 shots of the spin room now. I still don't see anybody I know, though. We saw RFK earlier. I think I'm hearing more music. I don't like hearing the music. I'm going to turn that off for a second. Does the AFP have sound on it without music? No, I'm hearing more from the other one. All right. We'll put the sound up in a second. Hey, let me know what your thoughts are about the debate, what you think is going to happen. There's 45 minutes till the debate. I wish I could show you the actual live debate, but I can't because ABC would not give permission. So when the debate is happening, when the debate's on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the chat open. I'm going to leave the chat open during the debate, and you guys can talk in the chat. And right after the debate ends, I'll come on the air right after, and we'll talk about it. And I'll read your comments about what you thought it was like and all that stuff. We'll talk about what happens. Oh, hold on. People are walking by. They just walked by in the spin room. Who are they chasing? All these reporters just walked by. Did you see? They all just walked by. I don't know who they were chasing. Our viewer Imperial says, I hope this debate will be somewhat peaceful. Thank you to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift membership. Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu. Hold on a second. And also Imperial for becoming a new member. Imperial Zilla TK. Imperial Zilla DK, thank you. And Ooms World, thank you. All right, who's there? Oh, we got some news people. Who is that? There's somebody getting her hair done. She's getting her hair done. Who is that? I do not know who we're looking at. Do you guys know who we are looking at? I can't tell who it is. Our viewer Belle Denala says, I am very excited for the debate. Oh, thank you so much, Rita. Rita thinks no one's opinion is going to be very changed after tonight's debate. Most people already have made up their minds and will think their candidate was better than the other no matter what. That's what Rita thinks. Could end up being true. You know, the polls suggest this is a very close race. Thank you so much, Rita. I appreciate that. Thanks for the prediction. What is a spin room? It's a room where people who represent the candidates go in there and they give interviews and they talk about how things are good for their candidate and bad for the other candidate. So they're spinning. They put a positive spin on something or a negative spin. It's basically a place for media to interview people from the campaigns. But there'll be like all these different like we saw RFK who's there representing Trump. No, you won't be able to hear the debate on this channel. I can't play any of it. Wikipedia says a spin room is an area in which reporters can speak with debate participants and or their representatives after a debate, and sometimes before a debate. The name refers to the fact that the participants will attempt to spin or influence the perception of the debate among the assembled reporters. The benefit for reporters is that they quickly get in-person interviews with debaters or their representatives. I think it'll just be the representatives, complete with audio, video, and photos. For a U.S. presidential debate, says Wikipedia, the number of reporters in the spin room can number in the thousands. That's according to Wikipedia. You can read more about it there. The earliest recorded spin room was set up by the Reagan campaign in 1984. Wikipedia says a spin room may be active before a debate. A common form of pre-debate spin is for each side to try to raise expectations for the opposing debater and lower expectations for their own team. I want to show you a little, I'm going to read you a little analysis here, real quick, in a second. Oh, thanks to Philip Bradshaw. Philip says, is it really freedom of the press when a media corporation can have exclusive rights and license them as they choose? I know what you're saying, Philip. I get what you're saying. At the same time, I mean, it does cost money to cover these things. So... Oh, hold on. Vivek is speaking. Vivek, hold on once. Hold your thought, Philip. Vivek is speaking. Look, guys. Look. It's Vivek. What happened to Vivek? He was speaking. Why am I not seeing him? Oh, he was just speaking. I got to it late. He's there, Vivek. My point is, it's nice to have things widely distributed, but also there has to be some sort of, unless the media is state-run, there needs to be some sort of ability to make money out of the coverage. So how do you balance these things? Thank you so much, Philip Bradshaw. I appreciate that. Yeah, we missed, Vivek was walking and talking for a second. This camera was on him, but it's not on him anymore. There's an article in the Washington Post about what Harris and Trump need to do with Tuesday's debate to win the debate. Just a couple quick points, it says. It's by Amber Phillips. It says, Harris needs to define herself as something new, not more of the same. Also, it says, Harris needs to bring her prosecutorial style to Trump, but not get dragged down. Trump needs to avoid attacking Harris's race and gender. Trump needs to come up with an answer on abortion. Those are some of the points in that article. I can get into them more deeply, but I want to just raise some points for you. They also said, the article also says Harris is perceived as a quick-witted debater, but could be on the defensive about her recent position shifts as she courts general election voters. Trump won the last debate of this election, but against a very different candidate. Oh, they're playing music again. I got to turn off the music. Let me read some of your thoughts. Predictions? You guys got some predictions? You might want to put them in the chat now or send them to me so I can read them, because there's only 37 minutes left. Mr. Potato says, here in the UK, radio is reporting Harris will try to scratch Trump's ego to try to encourage him to disrespect her, which in turn will seem misogynistic. Radio also reports Trump has been coached a lot to try to prevent this. That is what Mr. Potato said. Thanks, Walter Beasley. Walter says, I hope they ask about Gaza. We shall see. The Associated Press has some stuff about the debate. Trump and Harris are set to debate in Philadelphia. And one thing they say is that the debate set is smaller than it looks. It may look bigger on TV, but the set where the two candidates will be debating tonight is actually pretty small. Remember, no live audience, guys. The candidates' podiums are positioned about 6 to 8 feet apart. That's pretty close. In a small blue-lit amphitheater with no live audience in the room. That means there will be no rowdy applause, no cheers or jeers. The candidates will enter at the same time from the opposite sides of the room. It remains to be seen whether they will shake hands. How about that? So it's a 6 to 8 feet away from each other, guys. K. Ceratops, our viewer, thinks no audience is lame. Mary B. says, I love David Muir, who's one of the two hosts, the two moderators. I'm sorry. It's David Muir and Lindsay Davis from ABC News. Thanks also to Blaine Walter. I really appreciate that, Blaine. Thanks for your support, Blaine Walter. I haven't seen that many people in the spin room before the debate. I feel like the previous debate, there were more people in the spin room giving interviews before the debate. I mean, they really show up after the debate. After the debate, there's going to be a ton of surrogates giving interviews. But I feel like we saw more in the first debate before. I mean, RFK Jr. was there a bit. Vivek Ramaswamy was there a bit. Maybe there were a few others too, but I haven't seen that many. They're playing the music again. So again, the plan is we're going to actually leave the chat room open. I hope I don't regret this. We're going to leave the chat rooms open during the debate, and I'm going to watch it wherever, but I can't watch it here because I don't have the rights to show it. And then as soon as the debate is over, I will get back on the air on this live stream, and we'll talk to you about it. Speaking of which, let me thank our moderators who are here watching over the chat rooms. Sabrina and RJ and Jessica S. are all here on YouTube. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Just please keep it respectful in the chat. Keep it civil and respectful, guys. Over there on Twitch, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn. Cerrero, David Green, Hearsay, I Got That Fire Surly Dev. Thank you on Twitch, by the way, to Brainstorm Warning for the shout-out. And Moontaze for subscribing on Twitch. And Congler, thanks for your support. Hoss McKayfabe, thanks for your support on Twitch. Notorious Rob, thank you. More Cowbell, thank you. Satam Praz, thank you. And also Dusky 10 FPS, thank you for your support on Twitch. And I also want to shout out our Facebook moderators. Thank you, moderators. Please keep things... Please don't make life difficult for the moderators and your fellow chatters. Kay Lowry Body is there. And Christina Neal, Raven Lynn. Thanks to all of our moderators. Cac says, I like David Weir too. It's only 32 minutes. 32 minutes. What is going on with this? Why am I seeing this? My TV was like behind. I keep a TV on in the background just to have it up there. It was behind. I was like, what? That seems like it's way behind. Sarah55 is moderating. Thank you, Sarah. No, I am not going to be in the chat because if I try to chat, I can't really chat and pay attention to the debate at the same time. That doesn't go very well for me. So I'm going to have my full attention focused on the debate. Chaotic Order says, this is a highly polarized election. I have serious doubts about the chat remaining civil. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. Will this debate poll question have a big effect on the election? That is the question. I don't know why they keep playing music in the room. I had to turn it down a bit. Will this debate have a big effect on the election? I am asking you this poll question right now in the chat as we look at the spin room. The spin room. Hey, that's Laura Trump. That's who that was. It was Laura Trump, guys. That's Eric Trump's wife, Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, who's also the co-chair of the Republican National Committee, I believe. That's who that was. I didn't know who it was before. Yes, she is the co-chair of the Republican National Committee. Let's see how people are voting in our new poll. Will this debate have a big effect on the election? Will it have a big effect on the election? Over on YouTube, 59% of you say yes, 41% say no. How about on Twitch? How about on Twitch? Oopsie, that didn't work too well. Hold on. It's not what I want to do at all. Let's try this again. The whole window there. Okay, here we go. Over on Twitch, the people say 57% yes, 43% no. You guys are very near each other on this question. About 57, 59% of you say this will have a big debate, a big effect on the election. 40% or so say no. April Sarnes says it will matter for those who haven't watched enough of her before to know she can't even form a complete thought. Harris can't conform a complete thought? Really? I don't know about that. But most people already know this? Wow, April is not a fan of Kamala Harris. Let's see here. Hey, thanks, Braden E. Nelson, our new member. When will the debate start? It's right on the screen there, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. You know, I might, during the debate, when the debate's actually happening, I might just leave this, I might leave the spin room up. If this video is gonna be, if I have access to this video, I think I'm just gonna leave this video up during the debate. And then I'll put something like post-show coming up after debate or something. That's what I'll do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prepare that right now. I don't want to have to do this when the debate starts. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to do like, Steve will be back after the debate with a live post show. So what I'll do is, here's what I'm going to do. Here's how I'm going to do this. Bear with me here. Bear with me here. So just to show you what I'll do is when the debate actually starts, not right now, because the debate hasn't started yet, obviously, I'll maybe put that up on the top. I'll like put it up here. And then I'll leave this up and I'll put it like that. And then you guys can chat. All right, we'll do it that way. We'll do it that way. I'm not leaving until the debate, but we'll do it that way. You know, there's people giving interviews. There are people, we're just not seeing. I don't know why this camera isn't over by the, why isn't this camera closer to the people being interviewed? It's like the spin room camera that's not getting interviews. It's looking around at other people doing interviews. Well, somebody's giving an interview somewhere. Maybe it's just one person and everybody's swarming them. Thank you, Daniel Rodriguez. Daniel hopes the moderators pressure Kamala Harris on some of her replies or if she ignores some of the questions. He doesn't think she has been pressured as much as Donald Trump has. Thank you, Daniel, for your support. Ooh, who's there? Who's over there? Somebody else there? Let's see. So, who's this? That is, who is it? It's, I can't see. Is that Vivek? I think that's Vivek Ramaswamy. Because Vivek was walking around before. I can't really see his face, though. But we saw him walking around before. Hey, thanks, Geraldine Friedrich, too. Thank you, Geraldine. Much appreciated. Guys, I was showing the protest a little bit, but I'm not going to display the protest during the. I don't even have a video of the protest right now. I don't have that video active right now. But yeah, I'm just gonna. I think I'll probably during the actual debate, I'll probably just put this up. If I have this shot, I'll leave this shot up during the debate. Only 23 minutes. Oh my gosh, 23 minutes. 23 minutes. Let me just make sure there's no big updates that I'm missing. I didn't even check the news since we came on the air. You can message me at Lookner on X. I'm going to read some more of your predictions. Going to read some more of your predictions. Mr. Pototo says, UK radio reports a lot of people do not realize how tough a talker Harris is, with a segment of the public only seeing laughing memes. They think when they see her debate, it will have a dramatic effect. That's interesting, Mr. Pototo. Venom King, our viewer, says, yes, I believe the debate will have an effect, mainly because it will be more than likely be the only one we have. Thank you, I9, for your support. I appreciate that, I9. Also, back on 65. Thank you. Guys, we're getting very close. We're getting very close. And thank you also, Kender, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Kender. They're playing the music again. Yeah, I can't. I've tried. There was like, I want to say 4 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, or during the primaries, I tried to like do a live chat myself while watching the debate. I can't do it because I can't listen and then type something at the same time. It doesn't work. So I need to, oh, somebody's here. Who's that? Who is it? Who's walking through? I can't see. Who is it, guys? I can't see who it is. I couldn't see who it was. Hold on here. Might have been RFK. Again? Was it RFK again? Among some of the AP says some of the people we'll hear from in the on talking for Harris after the debate in the spin room. Some of the people supporting Harris will be Governor Newsom of California, Gavin Newsom, Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina, Governor Josh Spear of Pennsylvania, and Michelle Lujan Grisham of New Mexico. J.D. Vance will be in the spin room after on Trump's behalf, as will Laura Trump, his daughter-in-law. Also, Doug Burgum, Tim Scott, and Vivek Ramaswamy and Robert Kennedy Jr. will all be there. And Tulsi Gabbard will be there. They'll all be there on Trump's behalf, as will Governor Kristi Noem, Marco Rubio, Rick Scott, Tom Cotton, Byron Donalds, Matt Gaetz. They're going to all be there after in the spin room. It's going to be quite a scene in the spin room after, guys. The spin room's going to be a big scene. I don't know if Tim Walz is going to be, Governor Walz is going to be there after. I do not know. Will Biden be in the spin room? I haven't heard that he will. Oh, I'm seeing a shot of the set right now. On CNN just showed a picture of the set. It's kind of, it's like a blue set, and it says like "We the People" on it, and there's like the Constitution is like part of it is projected in blue writing on the walls. It's interesting. It's interesting. Maybe I can get a picture for you real quick. Hang on. I don't have a picture of that right now. Let me check another source. Let me check another source. Nothing there. How about here? Wow, 17 minutes. Guys, only 17 minutes till this debate. It starts in less than 17 minutes. Oh my gosh. A reminder, we're going to have our chat rooms open during the debate, and right after the debate, we're going to have a big post show. We're going to have interviews from the spin room. We're going to be taking your comments after, talking about the debate. So I hope you stick around. Joe Dirt says that will they shake hands? We already did a poll on it. About 3/5 of you said no, if not more. The majority of you said no. read some more comments here. Free and Fair says, will you be covering the positives and negatives from both sides afterwards? Well, we'll talk about it. We'll hear some interviews. I'll read comments from you guys. You know, one thing I always wonder with events like this is, to me, is like, will something big happen that people aren't expecting? That's like a lot of the times when we cover like a political event, that's the big question to me. Will something big happen that people aren't expecting? And that certainly happened in the last debate. People were not expecting Biden to perform the way he did. And it was a big deal. So that's always like the first question I'm asking is, now you can't really tell, but in terms of how big of a debate it'll be, that's a big question. You know, maybe we'll be sitting here in 2 hours or an hour and 45 minutes. It's supposed to be a 90-minute debate. And we'll say, you know what? It's kind of what I thought it was. I mean, I think if I asked you to picture, if you've been like following the campaign and I asked you to picture in your mind what you think the debate will be like, you probably have a decent picture in your head of what the debate will be like, right? So is it going to look like that, or will be something just different? Thanks, Angie S. Welcome to the members. But thanks for being a member, Angie S. Thanks also Yup and Yup on Twitch, and Mike328XI on Twitch, and Indy19XX on Twitch for your support. Certainly, I mean, the economy is going to be a big topic, right? The economy, Gaza, in Israel, abortion, immigration. How much will, you know, she want to talk about the January 6th or his criminal conviction or, you know, these kind of things? I don't know. You know, Trump made this comment that was very controversial like a month ago, where he talked about how she wasn't he wasn't sure if she was black, right? Remember that whole thing? Like, is he going to get into racial stuff with her at all? So I have no idea if that could come up. It might not come up at all. I can't tell you. I don't know. Let's see. Hey, thanks to Radio Chaos from Canada. Thanks, Radio Chaos. I appreciate that. Wow, guys, only 11 minutes. This might be it. It might be the only debate. Well, I mean, there's going to be a vice presidential debate. This might be the only presidential debate. It might be the only one. You know, the polling makes the race look really close. I don't know that anyone knows who's going to win this race. It just looks like it's just super close in the various battleground states. Eric Johnson says, time to make popcorn. When is the vice presidential debate? I think it's in like early October. October 1st is the vice presidential debate. We'll probably cover that, although again I don't know if I'll be able to show the footage. Hey, thanks Marie Buck for being a member. Thank you. Hold on a second. I just turned. They were playing music, so I turned the sound down a little bit. All right, guys. If you are going to make any predictions, you have about 9 minutes to make predictions. Think and Repent says the candidates must face immigration first. I wish I could get you a photo. I mean, you'll see it soon enough. I wish I could get you a photo of the set. Because the set is interesting. The debate set is interesting. It's small. It's not a giant room. They're about 6 to 8 feet away from each other. Remember, the mics will be shut off when it's the other person's turn to speak. There is no live audience. There are no props allowed. It's supposed to be a 90-minute debate. Troy Dodd says, who does the name calling first? We'll do one more poll, which is, what will be the biggest topic? Economy, immigration, abortion, something else. I don't know that there will be a biggest topic, but I'm going to ask this question. What will be the biggest topic of economy, immigration, abortion, something else? Because sometimes it just works out that there's a bigger topic. You know, they just talk about it more. So I'm going to see what you guys have to say on this poll question. Real quick. I'm slipping in one last poll. What was it? Economy, immigration, abortion, something else. Let's see what people said. So I only have time for this last poll here. Over on YouTube, our voters on YouTube say, what will be the big topic in the debate, the biggest topic? On YouTube, 39% say immigration, 38% say the economy, 9% say abortion, 14% say something else. And then over on Twitch, what do they say over there? "42% say economy, 27%, 43% say economy, 30% say immigration, 5% say abortion, 21% say something else." Whew. Maybe there'll be no biggest topic. I don't know. I kind of feel like, you know, sometimes it works out that way. Our viewer CG Doc says the something else will be personal attacks. Hey, thanks Marie Buck. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks for voting in our poll. So the way this is going to work is in about 6 minutes. 6 minutes! Oh my gosh. In about 6 minutes, this is going to start. And I think I'm just going to leave this video up, and I'm going to put a sign up that says we'll be back after I'll be back after the debate on this live stream with a post show. And during the debate, you guys, thanks to our amazing moderators, will be able to live chat during the debate. But if you don't behave yourself, the moderator is going to kick you out or time you out for a long, long, long time. So feel free to join the chat and chat during the debate, and then I'm going to come back right as the debate ends. I'll come back and I will I will be talking about it with you. Live post show. Live post show. With I believe we're going to be getting the spin room interviews after. Up, somebody's walking. Hang on a second here. It's almost starting, guys. Can you believe it? People have been waiting for a long time for this. Well, we had the Biden one too. It's not like we haven't had a debate. That last debate was about 2.5 months ago. Hey, thanks Angie S for your support. I really appreciate it. Angie S, thanks you. Thank you, Angie. Do you guys have any last thoughts? Any final predictions? That's what I'm putting up there. Yeah. In case you did not read the title of the broadcast and also did not read the writing on the screen, no, I cannot show the debate because I do not have permission from ABC. I could not get permission from them. I asked. So we're not showing the debate. I hope people know that. I mean, I did put it in the title of the broadcast and the description of the broadcast, and I have had it on the screen the whole time during the broadcast that we were not showing the debate. So I hope nobody feels that I tricked them. I feel like I've been very open about it the whole time, that we were not showing the debate footage. Jimmy is watching on TV. Our viewer, Allie B from Tennessee, says, I am ready. People are ready. What's this going to be like? What's it going to be like? Nepu Kadnessa says, people still use TV? All right, in about a minute, I'm gonna go away, because I gotta watch it myself. So guys, I really appreciate thank you to all of our moderators for being here. Thank you, mods. I really appreciate you. So I appreciate you guys joining me for the post show. The stream's gonna keep going. I'm gonna leave the stream up. I'm about to disappear for the debate. I'm coming back for the debate for the post show. So I really look forward to talking to you guys in the post show. We'll watch the spin room. I assume we'll see the interviews in the spin room after, and we'll talk about what happened, all right? So I hope you enjoy the debate. Enjoy the chat room. Please keep it respectful in there in the chat room. And I'm going to, there's, I think, about a minute left before the debate. So I'm going to disappear now. I'm going to leave the video up for you. And we'll be back. I'll be back right after the debate. As soon as it ends, I'm going to pop on the screen and we'll talk about it. Okay. So thanks for being here for the pre-show. Oh, thanks El Spuno and Dancing in the Sand over there on Twitch as well. All right, guys. I'm disappearing. Enjoy the debate. I'm leaving the stream up. I'll be popped back on after the debate.
My passion, one of them, is small business. to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion from America's deficit. My opponent has planned out called Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that we're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done in the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. There's between billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they had to get the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. They were totally destroying everything that they set out to do. They're taking billions of dollars from China and other places they've left the tariffs on. When I had it, they had tariffs and they had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country crisis, it breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have never seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics. I also unions in the affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
The argument is immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like the Vice President Harris to respond.
Well, let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all this.
Help me! Help!
I know I have to get better right there, but I just bro, what?
Stay away from 15-year-old boys. You are a horrible man. That you are a pedophile. This man is here to meet a 13-year-old. This man in the white shirt. Him. The African American in the parade with the big pimple on the side of his fucking head. Somebody call the police on this pedophile. He's trying to pick up a 15-year-old white boy. Why are you trying to pick up a 15-year-old white boy? I hope you use a condom. Please use a condom. Practice safe sex. Practice safe sex on the white boy. Practice safe sex on the white boy.
Oh, you're egging them on. Get me out of this shit.
engineers. They're smarter than you. Are you an engineer? Oh, yeah. You're scaring the people. You're scaring them. Look at that. You're scaring them. They're afraid of black people. Look at them. They're terrified. Leave them alone.
Wherever he goes, you go. Wherever you go, he goes.
Stop scaring the Indian engineers.
Stop scaring the Indian engineers.
They're building AI technology.
They're engineers.
Take over. Y'all think he's cute? Y'all think he's cute?
Where you going? Where you going?
Why are you walking away from me?
go. One more thing. I don't know if you have a cable, but I just realized.
Thank you.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought heavy forces together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you for tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 in women. But he would have been sitting in Moscow quietly. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he was. But eventually, he's got to think that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They're not in trouble about nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that.
Probably got
They said that, I don't know if that building's still open. Take it easy, man.
I'm saying it's just more often about 7 Well, the other two was singing. I would say this. I've read the guys. I built such a value. Like, to a point where, like, she'll see me, she'll actually, so what I did was I waited because she told me that she would have we overlapped and then she went back and so I did the first 100% like 2 months for me was so like in that sense I would say like and then she just 4 months there. So You're giving her a chance. You're giving her a chance. You gotta get your piece out and then you go for it. I haven't had a check below 25. one person was like, the one person was like, how do you like so on? Not orange enough. Not enough.
All right, we are back. We are back. Thanks for sticking around. We're here with the post show, and I just need to. I can hear two of myself. I have to shut something off because I'm hearing two of myself. We're gonna be back in about 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. Hang on. All right, we're back. We are back. I'm going to put my headphones in. We're going to take you to the spin room. It's the live post show. I want to hear what you guys thought about the debate. It went longer than expected. It was about like an hour and 45 minutes. I think it was supposed to be 90 minutes. All right, let me just get my headphones in. Give me a second. We're going to take some of your comments. All right, that's good. We got that. We got that. Now I'm waiting for the spin room to start. As soon as I get footage from the spin room, we'll go there and we'll take your comments too. All right, waiting for the spin room. Wow. So no, I'm not going to do who. I don't like doing who won the debate polls because people I think will just vote for the candidate they like anyway, and I don't really like doing those kind of polls. You can talk among your friends about that. I will ask, do you think, poll question, will this debate make a big difference? That's my question. Will this debate make a big difference? That is my question to you. Yes or no? Ooh, and I'm about to get the video from the spin room. I'm getting some spin room video. So give me a second here. I got to get the spin room video up, and I want to put the poll up too. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. Thank you, moderators. A quick shout out to Wars and California Artists for your support. Sean TV, thanks so much, Sean. Very kind of you. Wars again. Marie Buck, thank you, Marie Buck, for your support. Radio Chaos. Angie S, I love reading. I9 and Kender, thank you. Hey, let's go over to the spin room, and then we'll look at what the poll results say. I'm going to be reading your comments on the air. Hey, look, we got spin room. Oh, it's a spin room. It looks like Tom Cotton is there. Let's hear what Tom Cotton. He's a supporter of former President Trump. Let's hear what he has to say.
She still believes in a fracking ban. She still believes in an electric vehicle mandate. She's not flip-flopped. She's not changed her position. She is simply lying to try to win an election. That's exactly what her surrogate, Bernie Sanders, said just this weekend. I think Trump did a great job of outlining what we all know is his record. Again, this is a very unusual presidential campaign. Both candidates have been in the White House. For the first time in 100 years, we have a candidate who has a record as president. And that record was stable prices, higher wages, a secure border, and a peaceful, stable world. With Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, everything has gone to hell. Prices are at record highs, wages are stagnant, the border is wide open, illegal immigrants are flooding our country, and we have war breaking out all around the world.
On Fox News, Rich Hume.
About things like
I'm Fox News breaking just said, let's face it.
You're live.
Trump had a bad night. Do you disagree?
Well, I haven't seen any of the other commentary. I think President Trump laid out a clear contrast between his record as president and Kamala Harris's failed record as the vice president. What Kamala Harris couldn't do. Remember, time after time, she could not answer simple questions. Are people better off now than they were 4 years ago? No. Will you support any restrictions on abortion at all in months 7, 8, or even 9? No. Why? Because people aren't better off. Because she does have a radical position on abortion. Because they have no plan to address inflation. They have no plan.
All right, I'm going to show you some of these interviews, guys. I want to hear from some of you too. So, but we'll be showing you interviews in the spin room. You're going to have Trump supporters saying Trump did well. You're going to have Harris supporters saying Harris did well. So we'll show you some of these different interviews. Let me show you the poll results. I asked you guys, do you think this debate, will it make a big difference? Will it make a big difference? And you guys said, oops. You guys said, oops. You guys said, over on YouTube, you said 57% said no and 43% said yes. And over there on Twitch, let's see what people said. I'm going to be reading. You can write to me on X @Lookner. You can post in the chat. Over there on Twitch, 53% said no and 48% said yes. So a little more than half of you said it will not make a big difference, but almost half of you said it will make a big difference. So there you go. Okay. That is Lara Trump. That is Lara Trump speaking. So let's hear what Lara Trump has to say, some of what she has to say. Hang on a moment.
Well, look, I think it's what we expected. I think it was a bit of a 3-on-1 situation. Certainly they backed up Kamala Harris from the moderator's standpoint. But she went up there and did exactly what Joe Biden did in 2020. She said things to the American people we know are not true. She lied to the American people. She's not able to do the things that she said she's going to do because she hasn't even explained them.
You don't sound like you think Donald Trump had a good night.
Hey, Laura, I think he had a night that we expected to see, which is that Donald Trump was 4 years in the White House. We all remember how our lives were then. Kamala Harris has been in for 4 years, and I think the question really is, why hasn't she done any of the things that she says she wants to do? Why hasn't she brought down inflation? Why hasn't she closed the border?
But surely you wasn't trying to get to another
interview. Why hasn't she been able to end the Ukraine-Russia conflict? Why did we see Israel?
Surely you want to come here and say that Donald Trump had a great night.
I think he had a fine night. I think that this was a night that was absolutely necessary, and I am so happy we finally got to see these two people on a stage. I wish we had 2 more debates. We usually have 3 presidential debates. Kamala Harris has said she only wants 1 so far. Donald Trump would certainly be willing to do another
Laura,
debate.
David Brody here, real quick. What's your message to ABC News about how they, the questions today?
Well, I think it was rather unfortunate that it felt like that it was an attack session on Donald Trump. I think he had a lot of great points, a lot of great things to say. He had to hold Kamala Harris accountable because unfortunately didn't feel like they did a whole lot of that.
Lara Trump, how do you think
necessary for the American people to see? I do feel like it was a bit of a 3-on-1 debate. I feel like it was the moderators and Kamala Harris against Donald Trump. But he was able to remind the American people that Kamala Harris has been in the White House for 4 years alongside Joe Biden. And unfortunately for the American people in the world, she hasn't done any of the things she said she would be able to do. The idea that she would be able to accomplish anything with 4 more years in the White House is absolutely ludicrous. It would be a disaster for this country and a disaster for the world.
Is Donald Trump going to keep the Affordable Care Act?
What's that?
Is he going to keep the Affordable Care Act?
Well, I think we heard him tonight. He said if there was a better plan that was in place, he would be very willing to accept that.
He won't kill the Affordable Care Act until that comes
I don't believe you heard that from him tonight, that he's willing
No, we
to
did
do that.
not.
No.
What about the
What about the minimum wage?
What was that?
Well, there have been a lot of issues in this country based on illegal immigration, and because of that, people are suffering. And one of the places they're suffering is in Ohio. Now, to what extent, I'm not totally sure, but that is a story that a lot of people have been talking about.
Laura, what about the minimum wage?
All right, good.
All right. Hold on. Hey, so we're bringing you some interviews from the spin room, and we're reading some of your comments. Sorry, I got to get to some of your comments. I'm just getting everything set up here, but I didn't. We got to see some interviews already. I'll show you some Democrats when they actually speak. Oh, Josh Shapiro is speaking. Hold on. Can I get Josh Shapiro up? He's a Democrat. Well, just for some balance here. Hold on a second. Give me a second if I can get it quickly.
I don't know.
Hold on.
I can't.
It's gonna. I think you're gonna see him in a second.
So what do you think? A lot of people are very happy with Vice President Harris' performance. Tell us what you think.
I thought she did exactly what she needed to do, which
hold
was
on.
show the American people
Let's
that
go
she has a plan to move forward. She reached out and talked to American people that she cared about them, and she clearly was the winner of this debate. Donald Trump just started spiraling downhill as soon as we got to the Roe v. Wade decision, and it just got worse and worse as the debate went on for him.
Senator, do you think this was enough to sway those alleged undecided voters?
Definitely. I thought that she did exactly what she needed to do. They care about what are we going to do for them. She has made it clear that she's going to be a president for the entire United States, for all of America, not just for somebody in the past. You know, Donald Trump was just focused on whether or not he'd won the last election. That's what the Americans want. They want to know who's going to support them, who's going to work for them. And she made that message very clear that she's got a plan and she's going to be president for all Americans. And she clearly won the debate tonight. I hope that there's another one come October. I will encourage her to pursue another one. But if I were Donald Trump's team, I wouldn't have put him up on against her again.
Senator, do you think a lot of people know a lot more about the vice president now than they did before?
Oh, I think so. I think she was very clear, plan after plan that she put into place, whether it was a tax credit for entrepreneurs, whether it was a tax credit for people who want to buy their first home, whether it was about making sure that we expand health care for all Americans in terms of bringing down the cost of prescription drug medication. Donald Trump had no plan. It was clear he had no plan. His only plan was Project 2025, and even that he wasn't sure about. And so, you know, I think that she made the case for the American people. I think they know more about her now, and they know that she's going to be a president for all Americans. Thank you.
Hang on. Trying to give you a sampling of what people in the spoon room on both sides are saying. Now, some people said they heard some stuff in Kentucky. Are you hearing that on the scanner? Because just to be clear, with Kentucky, the manhunt is continuing, but there's plenty of stuff that goes on the scanner that has nothing to do with the manhunt. So I can listen to it here, but just be aware of that. Hey, J.D. Vance is speaking. Hold on a second. I want to get J.D. Vance. It's J.D. Vance. We can't hear him, though. No, we're not. Unfortunately, the mic is not picking him up very well. The mic's got to get close enough. Let me also see something.
Kamala Harris's record of achievement. Unfortunately, it's still dependent on talk about platitudes. I think the American people are smart enough to see right through it.
Biggest mistake that Vice President Harris made tonight. What issue did she make a mistake on? You're talking about her record.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Kamala Harris made a lot of mistakes tonight. But again, I go back to what I said earlier, which is that there was no real substance. If you listen to Kamala Harris talk for 90 minutes, you would hear a person talking as if she weren't the sitting vice president of the United States of America. She is in office now and has been for 3.5 years. It's her policy that caused these problems. It is her policy that caused higher inflation. It's her policy that caused the wide open southern border. If Kamala Harris wants to fix these problems, she should do it right now with the job the American people gave her, not ask for a promotion so that she can fail even more.
Immigrants are eating their dogs, their cats. It was mentioned by Trump on national television. Do you truly believe those claims?
Well, we just actually heard a 911 call from a citizen in Springfield earlier today that some of the immigrants in Springfield were capturing geese at the local pond, slaughtering them and killing them. Well, I mean, look, I don't know which
what are the full spate of animals that are being consumed there in Springfield, but I know the geese are certainly among them. And we've heard reports from a number of constituents on the ground that they have had pets abducted by some of the immigrants there. We're, of course, looking into this stuff. But look, the fundamental issue here is whether they were eating geese or dogs. Is that really what we're going to hang our hat on? The problem is that this small town in Ohio has been flooded with 20,000 migrants thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Now people can't afford basic goods, they can't afford food, they can't afford housing in their communities, and their public safety has been completely destroyed. It's a disgrace. And Donald Trump is right to call it out, and Kamala Harris, like so many other issues, she has no way to explain why she's going to be better as president than she has been as vice president. It's her policies that caused the problem. She should have to answer for that.
You're Catholic, and Trump has come out in support of IVF and making IVF free for all. And the Catholic Church teaches that IVF is immoral. And so I just wanted to know kind of where you stand on that, and if that's something that you support as well, or if that's more so just something.
Look, I think first of all, Donald Trump is the leader of the Republican Party because he received millions of votes, and Donald Trump has been explicit that he wants to promote a culture where life is welcomed into this community, into our country. He supports fertility treatments. He wants to make them more accessible. He's been crystal clear on that. Now, that said, I think that it's ridiculous that Democrats are saying that Donald Trump wants to take your fertility treatments away, when in reality, Democrat policies have made it harder to afford children, made it harder to afford a home to put those children, made it harder to afford the groceries with which to feed those children. Their policies have been a nightmare, and so they're trying to scare Americans with promises and threats that Donald Trump is going to take away their fertility treatments, when in reality they're saying that because they don't have any solutions to the problems of America.
Mr. Vince!
Well, I think he did a couple things really powerfully tonight. One, he reminded Pennsylvanians that though Kamala Harris is running away from her record at every single step, she wants to ban fracking. Kamala Harris has been explicit about wanting to ban fracking, and she couldn't explain why she allegedly flip-flopped on a view that she held just a few years ago. If you ban fracking like Kamala Harris wants to do, it's going to immiserate and impoverish thousands of Pennsylvania citizens, and it's going to jack up energy prices, by the way, even higher than they've already gone up, because thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, we've got energy prices that are about 40% higher. They're going to go a lot higher if she puts a lot of Pennsylvania crackers out.
Hey, all right, so we heard some of J.D. Vance. I just want to mention something. So I guess I'm seeing some reports that in a different part of Kentucky, in Munfordville, there's reports of a shooting on L&N Turnpike, which now I believe that this happened like an hour ago or something. So I'm a little confused as to, this could just be something totally different from the escaped, from the person they're looking for that shooting. So I don't know if people have been listening to the scanner. The scanner's been, I just wasn't aware of it because I was watching the debate. I mean, the reports about this started coming out during the debate. I know you can't hear the VP candidate. I can't talk with you. And discuss the news at the same time. So I'm sorry, but I'm trying to actually run a broadcast here. So I have made the editorial choice to talk to you for a second about this. So I don't know if anyone has been listening to the scanner and has any more information on that, because I just don't have information on it. I have something here. So Brennan Kane, who is with WBKO TV in Kentucky, Bowling Green, says Brennan Crane with WBKO in Bowling Green says, we're aware of an apparent shooting incident near Lowe's truck stop in Horse Cave, Hart County, Kentucky. We have not heard confirmation. Oh, there is a shooter in custody for that, I guess. Now they're saying there's somebody in custody for this shooting in, I guess, Hart County, Kentucky. So I have no idea if this has any connection to the shooting, in Kentucky where they're looking for the manhunt. So I'll keep an eye on that. I will keep an eye on it and see if I can find out more, okay? I don't know if, I don't know if there's any connection. So I will, as we're doing this post show, I will certainly keep an eye out for that, okay? All right, hang on. Let's turn back up J.D. Vance, who's speaking.
That just means the city manager in touch with what's going on the ground there. I've heard from many of my own constituents who have seen these things with their own eyes, who have seen these abductions with their own eyes, who have seen geese being taken out of local parks and slaughtered in front of their eyes. What do I think is a bigger problem? Insulting 20,000 people, or the fact that my constituents can't live a good life because Kamala Harris opened the border? I think it's Kamala Harris needs to do her job and make people happier and healthier in this country. Last question, guys. Last question.
Has tonight cost him the election, sir?
Hey, guys. Chill out, please. I'm going to answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So my question for you is, do you think Donald Trump did a better job in this debate than he did in previous debates advocating? And do you think he's made a difference with undecided voters?
Well, his debate opponent, I will say one thing for her, she had a pulse unlike his opponent a few months ago, so I think that there was that big difference. But look, I think what we reveal here is that Kamala Harris is a candidate of platitudes. There's no substance, there's no ability for her to talk about how her record lowered grocery prices or housing prices, because her policy raised housing prices and raised grocery prices for Americans. So I think what we saw was Donald Trump. He was crisp, he was clear, he had a real vision for what to do to take this country forward. He also has a record that he's proud of, and the biggest difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is they both have records. Donald Trump's proud of his, Kamala Harris is ashamed of hers, and rightfully so.
Okay, so that was J.D. Vance.
When it was right.
I'm trying to do this post show, but also I am keeping an eye on, there apparently might have been a shooting in Kentucky with a shooter possibly in custody. Yeah, there's somebody in custody. So, again, I don't know if there's any connection between the incident in Hart County, Kentucky, and the manhunt for the shooter in Laurel County, Kentucky. We're talking about in terms of distance away from each other, and we'll get back to this in 1 second. In terms of distance away from each other, we're talking about, this would be about 90 miles. It'd be about 90 miles from where the incident on Saturday was. Okay? So it's about a 90-mile distance. All right. Vivek Ramaswamy is speaking now. This is Vivek Ramaswamy. Who is going to be a Trump surrogate.
Mean generally very little, and I do think that voters should think independently for themselves of who they want to vote for, and talented singers should remain talented singers rather than particularly weighing in heavily.
Are you disappointed?
Debate. Do you think that it's wise for the president to do a second debate?
I think that, look, I'm just going to speak as an American and not as a partisan here. I think more debate's good for the country. Now, what I would like to see in that next debate, though, is less moderator tilting of scales. And this isn't some sort of just usual cry about biased media. I'll draw a distinction between David Muir and Lindsey Davis. I thought David Muir in particular did, I think, a poor job of exhibiting actually the same standards that he applied to Kamala Harris as he did Donald Trump in that debate. I think anybody who watched that, even though many of you may not admit it, would agree that that was not an even-handed treatment of the two candidates. I think more debate's good, and I do think that it's going to be important for voters to have some chance to understand what Kamala Harris's policy positions actually are. We have no idea why she changed on her health care plan from before. to where she stands right now. A ban on offshore drilling. They talked a lot about fracking as a deflection. Bans on offshore drilling versus where they are right now. And I think it's a disservice to voters. And so for that reason, I'm sorry, in my opinion, I think another debate would be actually productive.
Do you think
This is the reality is they deflected from the fact that actually migrants, are they killing people in car accidents in this country? Absolutely. In Springfield, Ohio, where I've spent a lot of time growing up, not far from, you're talking about animals, I'm talking about people. And the reality is,
which is what he said.
was there actual Haitian immigrants who have been responsible for the deaths of, for example, an 11-year-old boy or other travesties? The reality is those are the issues that we didn't get to talk about because of, I think, some level of soft coordination that allowed for that debate to, I think, be a one-sided display that most voters are smart enough to see through. But I think more debates would be a positive.
Do you think that he moved in
I think that Donald Trump actually more than held his own with independents because he was able to do what many professional politicians don't. He answered authentically. There were many instances in which he raised questions.
You don't think he took the debate too much? Or took the bait too much? Some Republicans were texting me during the debate saying that he was taking the bait.
I think he came across as authentic. And Donald Trump, the thing I like about him is he came across, especially the independent voters who don't want a politician reading off the script. I think Donald Trump actually channeled that authenticity in this debate in a really good way. I think the fact that he even exposed some of the fissures that most people, uncomfortable truths that they know to be true but don't talk about, is even between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I think so. He did some things that were a little unconventional, but I think that's what makes Donald Trump such a compelling figure to many independents across the country, is that he doesn't follow that standard script. So in that area, I think he did actually succeed.
I think we're good.
Hey guys, I just saw a little breaking news. Taylor Swift has posted an endorsement of Kamala Harris, and she signed it "Childless Cat Lady." I guess this just happened. Hang on a second here. See if I can get this for you. Hang on, folks. Yes, so Taylor Swift, let me just show you. She just posted this. This is from her Instagram. 12 minutes ago, she writes, hang on a second here. Let me just get this off the screen. There's something extra on the screen, but we don't need the red ticker anymore. She says, like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now is a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies and plans for this country. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to this site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I am voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of running mate Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ+ rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. I've done my research and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours to do, and the choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially to first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it's much easier to vote early. I'll link where to register and to find early voting dates and info in my story. With love and hope, Taylor Swift, Childless Cat Lady, which is a reference to J.D. Vance saying some negative, a well-known negative remark, he said, referring to childless cat ladies. So she is referring to that, presumably in her post. Anyway, so that just came out after the debate. I'm trying to get you the exact original quote. Hold on a second here. Wikipedia says shortly after being named Trump's running mate, Vance was criticized for saying in a 2021 Fox News interview, "We are effectively running this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too." Anyways, so I think she was referring to that. This is Anthony Scaramucci is speaking in the spin room right now. He would be supporting Harris, I believe. Hold on a second. Let's go to the spin room. We heard a few Republicans already.
Daylight between the United States and the Israelis, okay? And I'm a friend of Israel, and I'm telling you right now, I would not be supporting Kamala Harris if she wasn't that strong on Israel. This administration has done more for Israel than any other administration I can think of, okay? And that's my honest assessment. Just go over the armament.
Mr. Scaramucci,
This gentleman here first. I'm sorry, he was here first, and I'm going to get to everything, I promise. Yeah.
Andrew, thank you. The readers of the Times of London.
Let's go to Cooper. Slide in there. You go over there.
With the bipartisan bill that had been put together, Donald Trump never explained why he destroyed it.
Governor, the Trump campaign said the other day that Kamala Harris has been bubble wrapped. She's been too protected on the campaign trail. She's not had enough spontaneous interactions with voters. They don't have a real sense of who she is. Should she do more press interviews? Should she do more town halls?
I think for an hour and a half, she was in front of the American people with difficult questions right across from Donald Trump. I think she showed her mettle. She showed she was very presidential. And I think anybody who watched that debate and who really is not all the way committed to Donald Trump would say she did an excellent job and showed that she could be a great president of the United States.
This has been a roller coaster of an election. A lot of highs and lows for Democrats. How would you describe the mood for Democrats after tonight?
I think Democrats are euphoric. Kamala Harris showed us the kind of person that she is. I think she showed the nation that she can be a strong president and that she can find us a new way forward. So I think we are very excited about that. The last few weeks, most of our volunteers have been first-time volunteers. So we know a lot of people who have not been engaged in the system are now engaged, and that's going to be a key to this election, I think, is to get disaffected people who have not been voting to the polls. I think they're going to vote for Kamala Harris.
More excited than 75 days ago?
Yeah.
What do you say to Americans who came into this and are still concerned about the economy and the inflation? How do you think that they're reacting tonight?
I think they saw a plan from Kamala Harris on addressing costs directly, costs at the grocery store, the child care tax credit for young parents, affordable housing. She wants to shift the tax burden here. We know what Donald Trump wants to do, more tax breaks for the very wealthy, more tax breaks for corporations. She wants those tax breaks to be with small businesses, with middle-class families. So people who are concerned about costs and the economy, she's the one with the plan. He doesn't have one except this Project 2025, and that's going to be a disaster.
Thank you, Governor.
So, so we're going to keep watching some of these interviews, and we've watched some Republicans, some Democrats. I want to get to some of your comments. As I mentioned before, I didn't hear it on the scanner, but like Broadcastify scanner was saying there was a shooting incident on L&N Turnpike It says Munfordville, Kentucky. This is in Hart County, Kentucky, which is about, I want to say, around 90 miles west of Laurel County, where the shooting was on Saturday on the highway. A local outlet says somebody is in custody for that shooting. I don't have any information that that shooting is connected to the shooting on Saturday, where there's a manhunt going on for that shooter. But if I hear any more, I will certainly let you know on that. I am trying to find out more information on that. I tried turning on the scanner. I didn't hear anything on the scanner. That incident, I think, happened a while ago, maybe, not 5 minutes ago. So, but yeah, WBKO says there's a man arrested after an incident in Horse Cave, Kentucky. So I will keep an eye on that and try to find more for you. I want to read some of your comments. And thank you to Bebop and Rocksteady and Furious for your support. And Anak123, I really appreciate it. Let me just shout out our moderators too real quick. I really appreciate our moderators for being here. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry over there on X. Thank you. And also we have moderating for us now. Raven Lynn, thank you so much, Raven, for being there. And also we have moderating right now A Moment of Lovely, Cerero, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev. And Cynthia Moon is moderating as well. Thank you, Cynthia Moon. And I apologize between the all the people speaking in the Kentucky news. I haven't been able to take your comments like I wanted to. So so I'll try to take some more of your comments. What did you guys think of the debate? What did you think of it? What did you think of it? You can post some comments. You can write to me on X at Lookner. Give me a shout. Let me know what you thought of the debate. And we'll read some of your comments. I want to hear from you. Ronald Egnor is moderating too. Thanks, Ronald Egnor. Let's see. Art McCarthy says, I think we need more debates. No, I'm not doing a who won the debate poll for the same reason I'm not doing a who are you voting for poll. I don't like doing them. I feel that I like that it's not a divisive channel here and it's not a divisive chat. I feel like those tens of things, those kind of things tend to be people just like people voting for who they think the best candidate is. And I just prefer to not do those kind of polls on this channel. I will do other polls, but I don't like doing those kind of polls on this channel. Let's see here. Kender thought it was meh on both sides. Joshua A. thought it was very entertaining. I certainly don't think it was a boring debate. I agree with you there. I do not think it was a boring debate. Let's see here. Tricia thought it was biased towards Democrats. Jenny thought that Kamala Harris did amazing and sounded educated and presidential. Let's see here. Jesse's girl thought the moderators were biased. My son Bo thought it was a platitude contest, not a debate. Billy Joe thought Trump did nothing but whine. Wise old geezer thought the mods were very biased. The polar cat thought Kamala was too smug. The lucky minute thought Trump seemed overly angry. Kerry says the fact checking was interesting. Cajun Shrimp says, wish they had been able to go back and forth with each other. It's interesting. If hold on. Is that Gavin Newsom? This is California Governor Gavin Newsom, who's going to be a supporter of, who's out there on Harris's behalf. Let's just listen to a little of what Gavin Newsom has to say.
About the issues you care most about. She talked about affordability and housing. She talked about her plans to bring down the cost of raising a family and child care. All he talked about were his size of his crowds. He talked about dogs and eating. I mean, it was typical Trump derangement. And I'll tell you, it's becoming less and less interesting and more boring. I'll tell you, the Trump folks are going to have to reset in a pretty profound and consequential way if they're going to maintain any hope of pulling this thing out. This was a big night for the American people, for freedom, for democracy, for the rule of law, for justice, not just Kamala Harris.
And what about Taylor Swift's endorsement? What about Taylor
And then there was Taylor Swift's endorsement. And you know what? That matters. It matters. And you know what? I have, forgive me, some advice to Donald Trump. Don't disparage that endorsement at your own peril.
Are you a fan of Taylor?
At your own peril. At my own peril, I will say nothing but, are you kidding? Absolutely, unequivocally, yes. Look, she is a cultural icon. Something big has happened in the world in terms of the energy and vibrancy she's associated with, the optimism she's associated with. That was a big deal as well. But even without that, this was an extraordinary night for the campaign and for the American people.
Thanks. Okay, we're good. Debate was biased.
Yeah.
That was Gavin Newsom. We've heard a few Republicans and a few Democrats. We started out with Vivek Ramaswamy and J.D. Vance and another Republican, I think, Tom Cotton. And now we've heard several Democrats. Oh, hold on. He's still speaking.
Trump, he can't. This night was a bad night. He knows it. He was so easily manipulated because he is so easy to manipulate. And he had one of the weakest performances I've seen of any presidential candidate in my lifetime.
Governor,
Thank you.
Well, that was Gavin Newsom. Okay. Taylor Swift endorsed Harris on Instagram. We read her endorsement a few minutes ago. You can rewind the broadcast. You can also go to her Instagram. I also reposted it on my X account, which is @Lookner. Who else is speaking? Who else is speaking? Someone is speaking there with a lot of people around them. Let's see if we can figure out who it is. Look at all the press. Look at all the press. I don't know if that's a Republican or a Democrat who's speaking back there. Look at all the press. It's crazy.
I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically...
Is Trump out? That sounds like Trump.
But I thought they were
It sounds like Trump.
Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was... Yeah, I assume the moderators would be better. That right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion. And it always has been. Yeah.
Will you debate her again?
Well, she wants a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see. 71% to like 24 or 25.
What poll is that?
President Trump right ahead. Now, with all of that,
Trump is in the spin room. He's speaking in the spin room. Trump is in the spin room. Look at this. Trump is in the spin room. Oh, it's a circus. It's crazy there because Trump is in the spin room. Wow. Where is he now? Oh my gosh, Trump is in the spin room.
Great debate.
Mr. President.
Well, I thought she was not very good tonight. She didn't protect the vice president, the office of the vice president. Certainly, take a look at it. She was terrible with respect to the president.
So it's hard to hear him.
Fight, and she wasn't able to do that. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with the fight, and they weren't able to.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
President Trump, I'm Yusuf Salam.
Look at this. It's Trump.
How you doing? I'm Yusuf Salam, one of the exonerated five.
President Trump, over here. Over here. Trump. Mr. President. Would you over here? That's selfish. He has to self-focus.
92% sick. 67 in our direction. So I thought it was a great debate.
Mr. President.
What about black voters? What about black voters, Mr. President? What do you think black voters?
I love black voters. I love them, and they love me too.
Mr. President. You have you say that people are eating dogs in Springfield.
Oh yeah, it's true. You take a look at it. No,
it's nonsense. The local authorities say it.
Well, you could check it out. Check with the authorities.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Do you want the claim to lose the war?
I really don't know. I really don't know. I just say, all I do is say the truth. I say the truth. If I lose votes or gain votes, I don't care. But this was my best debate. I thought it was very good. I thought she was very weak on foreign policy. She was very weak on the border. And I'm very happy with it.
Mr. President, why are you and Katie Vance not on the same page about an abortion ban?
Corrected 5 times by the moderators. Kamala Harris in different
Everybody one step back. Everybody's got to step back. Everybody's got to step back. Step back, please. Everybody step back.
Step back. Back. Everybody got to step back. Everybody got to step back.
We don't have a stance anymore. You're on the wrong side here. Step back. Step back. Step back. Step back. We got to close it off.
On the abortion ban?
President, don't go! Hey, Trump went to the spin room. Trump went to the spin room. I don't know if Harris is going to be there, but Trump went there.
Where does Garrett need to go now?
I don't think Trump or Biden went to the spin room for the previous debate. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Dizzy Dale and Walter Beasley and Sergey and Allie B from Tennessee and J Spike and Ants the Man. Thank you. Wow. And Rita. Rita thinks, based on the chat, it appears people basically heard what they wanted to hear and no big change, just re-energized their bases. That's what Rita thought. Thank you, J Spike and Lucia Jerezzo. and also Molly McCarty. Thank you. Wow. Is he still speaking? No. I did not expect to see him in the spin room. That was quite a whole thing there. Oh, by the way, I apologize. I didn't realize this when Gavin Newsom was speaking. There was a typo, and it said Gavin Newsom with an N. That was a typo, which I did not realize until after he stopped speaking. So it is obviously Gavin Newsom, not Gavin Newson. Wow. All right, hang on a moment, guys. I'm sorry. I'm glad we were watching this. We got to see him speak. We got to see him speak.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Don't need that. He knows my face for 4 years.
Oh,
You okay?
David Weigel posted a pic for Semaphore. He said this is the first time Trump has ever gone to the spin room for a general election debate. He had never gone to the spin room for after a general election debate before. This is the first time he has done that, according to David Weigel of Semaphore. I don't know what other candidates have. I honestly don't know the history. Spin rooms, I believe, started with Reagan, according to Wikipedia. They haven't been around for that long. So I don't know if other presidential candidates have gone into the spin room. It's an interesting question.
Are Haitians the only
Oh, Matt Gaetz, Republican Matt Gaetz is speaking from Florida. Hold on.
So that was a principal distinction. But I think in both circumstances, President Trump was able to sharpen his message on inflation, on the border, on crime, and on what we see going on in the world. I think President Trump was really strong on the foreign policy segment of this debate when he talked about Israel being invaded, Ukraine being invaded, our own country being invaded, and those things having not happened during his time in office.
Donald Trump said in education, so how are we going to ensure, if that happens, to standardize education and make sure the students need?
Well, I don't know that meeting students' needs always requires standardization. Frankly, I have a vision for education that aligns with President Trump's, where we have 50 different laboratories working on sound education policy, unlocking the potential of school choice. The Department of Education is a big old building in Washington, D.C. that educates no children, that creates a lot of paperwork for our teachers and for our administrators. And frankly, if we reduce that down to the smallest footprint and devolved a lot of that power to the states, then best practices would emerge and they would be copied, and we would see rising student achievement.
Sir,
yeah, I love when liberals make our art and our music and conservatives make our law and our policy.
Congressman, what do tonight's message from Donald Trump appeal to undecided voters?
Yeah, his message to undecided voters is that he will stop the high prices. He will stop the border invasion. He will stop World War III from breaking out all over the globe. And he will create a greater sense of safety in this country. People don't feel safe in a lot of our major cities, even in small towns right now. And I think he provided that path to change that a lot of the American people are looking for. You get more of the same with Harris. More of the failed Biden policies, more of the high prices, more of the border invasion.
Should President Trump debate again with Kamala Harris?
Well, the American people are frustrated and angry. Like, if you believe the vice president's theory of the case, everything is awesome. We should just continue Bidenomics. She's the one who says Bidenomics are working. The reality is President Trump is frustrated and he is angry because he sees our fellow Americans getting killed by migrant crime. He sees people unable to afford life and having to turn to credit cards with higher interest rates because of a massive national debt. And when you look at the tax and spend policies that Biden has embraced, that Harris has voted for, they have directly led to a lot of this suffering for our fellow Americans. I think it's something that we should be angry about.
Should you get a second debate?
Yeah, we're excited about a second debate. President Trump is looking forward to putting out his vision anytime, any place, anywhere. And by the way, President Trump does interviews. He was just in the spin room with all of you. He goes out on the trail. He does long form interviews. Kamala Harris has been in bubble wrap. Since she's been the nominee, this was the first chance for that bubble wrap to be popped, and I think she was exposed for someone who's for higher prices, for an open border, and for the very policies that have caused chaos to erupt in Europe, in the Middle East, and even here in North America.
Okay, I think we're good.
I think migrant.
Okay, so we just heard from Matt Gaetz from Florida. Wow. Trump was there a little while ago. He went into the spin room.
She's part of the establishment. So when you have...
oh, Stephen Miller is there.
Clearly siding with and trying to help the incumbent administration. It just reinforces
Stephen
that
Miller.
she's part of the swamp, part of the system, part of everything. So that optic actually plays very well for us. To me, the most important thing is that we see from all the polls what are the two issues that voters care the most about. And nobody disputes this, by the way. Immigration and the economy. All night long, President Trump kept going back to two issues, immigration and the economy. With the economy specifically with inflation. So if you're watching at home, what do you see all night? You see him talking about issues that you and your family care about. She's bringing up like Central Park 5, like real estate deals from the 70s, right? All kinds of obscure things that literally nobody cares about, no voters caring about. And President Trump is talking about the issues that Americans care about and care about deeply. So it's a categorical, huge win. In fact, she did worse, far worse, than any of the Democrat nominees that I can remember debating in recent memory because of how relentlessly focused she was on issues that, again, literally no voter cares about. And if, by the way, if you want to argue that voters care about Central Park 5, if you want to argue that's a big issue that voters care about, you obviously wouldn't, because clearly this is not the case.
Does voters worry about abortion, for example?
What? Sorry, what? Who are you with?
TN24, Latin American News Station.
Yeah. Well, I want to mainly talk to voters in America tonight, but but President Trump did a great job talking about how her agenda is a disaster for Americans who care about inflation, who care about the border, who care about the cost of living, who care about public safety. And, if you have viewers in the United States who are Latin American, he talked a lot about how the economy is a disaster for Latin Americans and how it's a disaster for African Americans. How he delivered a great economy for Hispanics. He delivered a great economy for African Americans. And, of course, she's been a disaster for minorities in this country.
Can you tell us what you thought about Vice President, how she spoke about her record on the border?
So that's the thing, she didn't though, right? She didn't talk about her record on the border at all. She was constantly evasive the whole night. And when Americans are watching this at home, and they hear him bring up the border, and they see David Muir say, move on, don't talk about that, and they hear Kamala Harris try and change the subject and say, don't talk about that, they're saying, this is affecting my life, this is affecting my community, this is affecting my standard of living. Why are all these people so desperate to change the subject away from immigration and the border? Again, there are two issues that are going to decide this race, economy and immigration. What did President Trump talk about tonight? Economy and immigration.
And also the idea of deportation, mass deportation came up. What did you make of President Trump's statements? How do you think that will play?
I think it's a CBS poll. It was the CBS poll that showed 2/3 of Americans support mass deportation. I know at least some of you have seen that poll. You've seen it. 2/3 of Americans support mass deportation, including a majority of Latin Americans, Latino Americans, support mass deportation. And so this is a hugely popular issue, and the poll is even higher for mass deportation in swing states.
Do you think there'll be a second debate?
Well, all I can say is President Trump, as you remember, proposed 3 debates, and she agreed to one of the 3, right? He proposed 3 debates. The first one being Fox, which of course she refused to do. The second one being ABC. I forget where the third one was with. But he proposed 3. So the next move is on Harris.
I think we're good.
Okay, we've been listening to some Trump supporters and to some Harris supporters in the spin room. In the spin room. You know, I don't know if there's going to be another debate. I'm seeing some reporting here that the Harris camp tonight has called for another debate. So Jim Sciutto from CNN said that that Jen O'Malley Dillon, who I think might be the campaign head for, the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said tonight, Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate, is Donald Trump. So could we see a second debate? Could we see a second debate? I don't know. Maybe we will. Thank you, by the way, to Bebop and Rocksteady for your support. Whew. Somebody said getting dizzy from, Linda Scott said getting dizzy from this spin room. A lot of interviews in the spin room. Who else? Who else are they going to get? Oh, it's Josh Shapiro, Democrat Josh Shapiro. Hang on a second.
No, I surprised to get it close, but I will tell you, I think she's got momentum and moving her back.
Just have one last question, Governor. We've heard a lot about contrast with Trump. But we did hear something new from the Vice President tonight. She said, I'm not Joe Biden. In what way is she not Joe Biden, outside of, physically not being Joe Biden? Because her policies largely are the same as Joe Biden. So why did she say that? What does she mean?
Everybody has a different approach to leadership, and she is clearly not Joe Biden, as you pointed out in your question. She's laying out her vision. She's laying out her plans, her demeanor, her approach to leadership. Every leader is different, and just because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris agree on an issue doesn't make her Joe Biden. It makes her Kamala Harris. And I thought she was a damn good Kamala Harris tonight, and she's going to be a damn good president.
Can you give us one area where she's different?
Come over here today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Was her answer satisfactory?
Yeah, listen, I'm an all of the above energy governor. I understand the critical role natural gas plays in job creation, in our economy, and also in helping us transition to cleaner sources of energy here in Pennsylvania. What I heard was the answer of an all of the above would-be president of the United States. She understands how important it is to Pennsylvania. I'm confident it'll continue on her watch.
Governor,
we got one or two more on there. We get under the skin, Governor.
Hi.
Vice President has spoken
your
about-
thoughts, I know, on the Taylor Swift endorsement, how that will impact.
Big time. Come on. Listen, I'm still in my speak now era right now, and I got to tell you, her speaking out is a big darn deal. Why a missing zone? Berks County's own, Pennsylvania's own Taylor Swift. That's a huge endorsement.
Governor,
Huge.
as a student, do you think that you can deliver this state for Kamala Harris? We know it's a razor-thin margin.
I think Kamala Harris can deliver this state for Kamala Harris, and she's going to continue to do everything in her power to show up as much as she can. I'm confident she'll be here a lot. I know she's going to be in Pennsylvania, I think actually maybe literally every day this week, if come to think about it.
Was her answer about fracking sufficient?
As I said a moment ago, I'm an all of the above energy governor. I understand just how important natural gas is to jobs and the economy in our state. We're producing more energy than ever before here in Pennsylvania, and natural gas plays an important role in that. That strengthens our economy. It strengthens our national security. And what I heard from Kamala Harris is she wants to be an all of the above energy president, and I think that's really good news for Pennsylvania.
You're confident that she'll win
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
No. I thought you were asking about natural gas. Sorry. Ask me your question.
You're confident that she'll win Pennsylvania?
Listen, every election here in Pennsylvania is close. She has the wind at her back. She's moving in the right direction. She's showing up. She's letting the voters here kind of kick the tires and ask the questions. And I'd certainly rather be her than him right now.
Thank you, guys. We got one more and then we got to run.
What gaps do you think were left tonight still for Pennsylvania voters?
Look, I think she did a great job prosecuting the case against Donald Trump and laying out her vision here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and for the country. Thank you.
I don't know. She has a plan.
There was Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, where this debate took place. Hey, thanks, Bebop and Rocksteady. So nice of you, Bebop and Rocksteady. Thank you. Shout out to our moderators too here. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Cynthia Moon. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Our Twitch moderators. A Moment of Lovely, Cerrero, David Green, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, thank you. Raven Riley over there on Facebook. Raven Lynn, thank you on Facebook. Who is speaking here? Someone is speaking. Oh, it looks like an interview.
There's Tulsi's to the
Tulsi
left.
Gabbard? Tulsi Gabbard?
Facing Trump to the left. Tulsi is over here, basically alone.
Kevin.
Is Trump on TV now or something? Hang on, guys. They're trying to get Tulsi, supporter of Trump.
Single one. And this is not offensive to Donald Trump. This is offensive to the American people who have the right to hear from someone who is asking them for their trust and their vote. And she's shining them on. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you very much. All right.
Oh, that was Tulsi Gabbard. You saw her for a second. There she goes. There goes Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, there she is now. There she's going away. They had her for a second. Maru Nichuin on X thought Trump lost tonight. Our viewer over there on X. We had some viewers who thought Harris won and some viewers who thought Trump won. Now I feel like maybe Trump, it sounded like maybe Trump's doing a TV interview now or something. I think that might be the case, but I'm not sure. Because Trump went to the spin room and started just talking to the media, but I think he might be doing a TV interview now. But I'm not positive. Well, he's not on Fox because Fox is in a commercial. Waltham says he ran to Fox News. Was he just on there? I'm looking. Fox is in a commercial right now.
Hey, I'm coming back to you. Trying.
Was he just there? Was he just on Fox? He was. Chris N says he was on Fox with Hannity. Okay, so our viewers say he was talking to Hannity a few minutes ago. Okay. Actually, I should be able to see this. Yes, I can actually, I rewinded on Hannity. He was just doing an interview with Hannity on the spin room floor, I think it was. So I think he was just giving an interview to Hannity. This is Reuters footage, which I pay for. This is a Reuters footage of the spin room, and I do pay Reuters for their footage.
Where are you?
Thank you, Kyle Rowe. Kyle says, I feel like I was watching teens arguing.
I'm in front of the Fox. Oh, Kevin, there you are. I'm in front of the Fox News. All right. I mean, I think we might be. Yeah, let's.
Our viewer, Duck Prince, says, I think if you were on the fence, you might have gotten a slight push. Hang on a a second here. Wall Street says push to which side? The viewer did not say.
We got Republicans.
They covered a bunch of topics tonight. Covered a bunch of different topics.
Do you want to reach out and see if?
Linda Scott says, I found it strange that throughout the debate he couldn't look at her. He certainly seemed to be focusing more on looking straight, like at the moderators or straight ahead. I'll say that. Thank you to Jesse James, by the way.
It's unbelievable. Is it?
I can't tell with with the debates. The country is so divided. I don't know if people just see very different debates depending on who they're for.
Yeah, I was going to say, at what point do I start writing? Yeah.
Oh, how about one of our viewers said, how about the awkward beginning? Logan YouTube said, at the beginning, they did shake hands. They did shake hands. And I think she said like Kamala Harris because they'd never met. And then he said something to her, but I didn't really catch what he said. Did anyone catch exactly what they said at the beginning? Because I have to go back and watch it. Did anyone catch exactly what they said at the beginning? He said, have fun. Is that what he said? Some of our viewers said. Have to watch it. Maybe I can find it. Maybe I can find that one spot and listen to it right here on my phone. I'm trying to listen on my phone. I'm listening.
Kamala Harris. Something big. Thank you.
She says Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Something big. Thank you.
She said Kamala Harris something debate, and he said, good to see you, have fun, I think. She kind of went over to his side. Uh-oh. Did we lose the feed? Oh, that's it. I think we lost the feed from the spin room. We'll see. That might be it from the spin room, guys. That might be it from the spin room. Hey, we got to see some good interviews from the spin room. We got to see Trump talk too. Wow. I have no idea how much that'll move the needle. I can't tell. I just can't tell these days how many people have not made up their mind and how many people are swayable. It can also matter with turnout too. Forget, even if you know who you're going to vote for, maybe people get more excited or less excited about their candidate. Oh, I got to turn this off here. Hang on a second here. One moment. Crystal Tucker says it will boost her a bit, but meh. Yeah, guys, again, on Kentucky, I don't believe that is an active situation. People are saying active shooter in Kentucky. I believe that incident has not been active for a while. There was a possible shooting in Kentucky about, I believe, 90 miles west of the one on Saturday. WPBKO News said there was a person in custody. So I don't know the details on it. But again, I don't believe it's an active shooting at the moment. I think people are seeing something online and just running into the chat and saying active shooter. So I don't believe it is an active situation. I will certainly let you know if I get more information on it, but you got to be careful with this stuff. Yeah, I mean, Brennan Crane, who is with WBKO TV, posted an hour and 14 minutes ago that shooter in custody. But I don't know the details of that thing in Hart County. I guess it was Hart County, Kentucky. So if I hear more, I'll let you know. Let me give you... Mark says, I don't think it changed anything either way. People have already made up their minds on who they're voting for on both sides. Yeah, so I appreciate people letting me know. Also, I don't know if the scanner that was broadcasting it isn't broadcasting anymore, but I don't see it there anymore. Okay. I wanted to show you a couple things. By the way, oops. Reuters says takeaways from the Harris-Trump presidential debate. See if you agree with any of these. We'll skim this over. Riling her rival, Harris made a point to get under Trump's skin as her campaign had forecast. She did say things like she said that people leave Trump rallies early. She said some other negative things about his rallies, and Reuters says Trump was riled. Look, I think it was clear that part of her strategy seemed to be to attack Trump. I mean, I think whether you like Trump or Harris or both or neither, it was pretty obvious to me that part of her strategy was to have a lot of attacks on Trump. I mean, it just seemed like there was a lot of them there. Reuters says Trump was continually on the defensive. So I don't know how the debate played with everybody. I mean, if you're Trump and if you're a candidate and somebody attacks you, you can respond to it, or you can basically just ignore it and move on to something else. I can't say whether, Trump's strategy worked for him or not. But I do think there was a bunch of times where she attacked him and then he would respond to her attack. handshake. In the debate, heading into the debate, there was a question as to whether they would have a handshake. Harris walked over to Trump at his podium, extended her hand, and introduced herself as Kamala Harris. They thought it was a disarming way for Harris to approach a man who has spent weeks insulting her race and gender. Now, Trump seemed perfectly pleasant when he said, I think he said like, good to see you, have fun. Did you guys think that what is any particular moments for you guys that you remember? I mean, I think a lot of people will be talking about when Trump was talking about this claim that immigrants were eating dogs. There was a whole moment when he was talking about dogs being eaten. So I think you'll be hearing a bunch about that. Whatever you think about it. I think a lot of people on social media were talking about that. Oh, thank you, April Snell. I appreciate that, April. Thank you. Lithrone says, yes, the dogs and cats. Mudu says, that was my highlight of the debate. That guy over there thought that he fell for her attacks every time. But it did seem like that was a clear part of her strategy. Oh, I have a poll idea. Is there going to be a second debate? I honestly don't know. Will there be a second debate? I have no idea. What do you think? Will there be a second debate? I just don't know. I do not know. I mean, I'm assuming the polls will be pretty close either way. Let's see. I'm going to post. I'm going to show you what you guys are saying about this in the chat. Hold on a second here. Will there be a second debate? It is very close over there on YouTube. YouTube, it is 50-50. 50-50. Now it's 51-41, 51-49 no. Interesting, Twitch is not close. Now remember, Kamala Harris's campaign manager said tonight they wanted another debate. I mean, I don't know that that's going to happen, and maybe they'll change their mind. Or so on Twitch, it's 65% no, 35% yes. Sonic Teal thinks she will not agree to a Fox debate. Terry L. thought she lied so many times. PZ Papazulu says there are already lots of memes. Jennifer Rochelle says, I think both would say no. Other Mark thought Trump took bait after bait and the moderators were one-sided. All right. Well, Twitch and YouTube are in a bit of disagreement over this second debate thing. You guys don't seem to be particularly optimistic, though. Too Much Salt says, I think they're going to play debate chicken. Neither want it, but they'll both be foolish enough to do it. You know, it's tough, though, because you would think, like, if one candidate is way ahead and the other candidate's behind, the candidates that's behind will want the debate. But I mean, it's probably just going to be really close in the polls. The phrase "take the bait," somebody asked about that. So the idea would be is that if you attack somebody, you bring something up that you want somebody to talk about it. If they keep talking about it after you bring it up, then you've taken the bait. So the idea is that you bring something up in the hope that somebody else will talk about it a certain way. So for example, you know, if one candidate is asked a question about something, a topic they don't really like, they don't think is good for them, they can, like, you know, criticize the other candidate. And then if the other candidate, you know, responds to their criticism and is not talking about the original question, then the first candidate's probably like, phew, well, they're not talking about the question, which is what I was really worried about. So they've taken the bait. That would be an example. Alfredo Gonzalez says no second debate until he can get some decent coaching. Alfredo thought it was a train run for Trump and blames Tulsi's horrible coaching. So, you know, I don't know in terms of what his advice was. I mean, Trump is pretty well known for being pretty independent. And so I don't know how much of his debate was strategy and how much was him just, you know, doing what he wanted, because he's kind of known for that. Terry says they didn't fact check her. She flops like a fish out of water. I mean, but again, you know, something I would say is if you think she needs to be fact checked, you can say, well, Trump should fact check. The same with Harris. You know, if you complain that the moderators didn't fact check a candidate, well, you can also say, well, why didn't the other candidate fact check the candidate? The moderators are talking a lot less than the candidates. Diver Dave thinks Trump can't be coached. I thought he was different tonight than he was in the debate against Biden. The debate against Biden, he was very just like, it was kind of like much more even-keeled, I would say quieter in the debate against Biden. I remember that. Like, I thought it was a very different Trump tonight than it was in the... Go back and watch the debate against Biden. No, the Flow thinks the election is over? Oh my gosh. I don't know. I mean, the polls seem like they're pretty darn close. Jersey said he had just been shot. What is the timing on that? When was the date of the shooting? That was in July. That was after the debate. It was July 13th was the shooting. The debate was June 26th. So no, he was not quiet in the debate because he had just been shot. Duck Prince says, do we really trust polls, though? I don't know what to think of them. Well, I mean, it could be. You know, I'll look at the betting markets. One of our viewers suggested that, Puzzle Master. You know, I mean, they could be off. I mean, a lot of times they're pretty close. But, you know, we'll have to see. One of our viewers asked about the betting markets. I don't know if, like... So Polymarket right now is at 49.49 to bet. This is a betting site to bet on Trump versus Harris. So even. Now, does it have something about how that's changed over time? Where do I get the chart? Isn't there a chart? I thought there's a chart. Nice. Can I not see? Nice Face says it was 52-46 to before the debate. Is that true? What am I doing wrong? Maybe they don't have a graph. I can't confirm. I didn't look before the debate at what it was. Refresh. 49.41. Isn't there a chart? I thought there was. Kitty Tiger says it was the same before the debate. Well, we have a disagreement in our chat what it said before the debate. It'd be great if I had the chart. I don't see it. There is a chart? Somebody's looking at it? Well, where are you seeing it? Where are you seeing the chart? I'm right here. I don't see it anywhere. Click on a candidate's name. Oh, there we go. That's better. Okay, thank you. So this says, hold on. Well, this isn't, these are just the trades. Aren't these the trades? These are not, that's, oh, graph. Graph. Okay, so yeah, it's not. I would need to make this bigger. 6 hours. Oh, okay. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, thanks to Polymarket for letting me show their site. Okay, so Trump was at 52 cents before the debate. Before the debate, it was 52 cents Trump. So he was the favorite. This is just, it just shows how the betting has changed the odds. And so now he's at 49 cents. And Harris was, she was at 46 cents. Yes, so it was 52 cents to 46 cents. So during the debate, during and after the debate, some money came in on Harris. So that's why the odds are now 49-49, because more money came in on Harris than Trump. Now it's even money, basically, roughly speaking. This is a betting site. All right, interesting. So at least among the Polymarket bettors who bet tonight, well, you could argue that, I mean, if it's one person could bet way more than everybody else. But the Polymarket money that came in since the debate started favored Harris, which is why the odds changed. Okay. So it can be interesting to see. It can be interesting to see that, you know, what the betting sites say. That doesn't mean they're going to be right. Well, I mean, it's right now it's 49-49. Sorry, I'm checking some of these. Things that people have sent me. Jersey, Texas thinks there will be so many changes between now and Election Day. I mean, there's still, it's, you know, the early voting, I think, is starting soon in a bunch of states, or has started. But election day is less than 2 months away. I'm looking here. I'm not sure about the early voting. I found a document, but Axios says, according to Axios, they say 5 states begin early voting in September. Pennsylvania early voting starts in 5 days. How about that? Minnesota, Virginia, Vermont, and Illinois all start voting in September as well. But Pennsylvania, in terms of like battleground states, North Carolina is mid-October. Michigan is a week before Election Day. Oh no, North Carolina in-person early voting. This is all in-person early voting. So in Pennsylvania, you can in-person early vote starting September 16th. North Carolina, in-person early voting mid-October. But some of them have, I believe, sooner early mail voting. Yeah, Fox News had an article a few days ago saying early voting means election season may begin very soon. Multiple battleground states are scheduled to send out ballots to at least some voters later in the month. Yeah, so according to Fox News, in North Carolina, mail-in ballots are sent to voters on September 16th. North Carolina, I think, is TBD. Pennsylvania, September 16th. Georgia, September 17th. Wisconsin, September 19th. These are all battleground states. Looks like Michigan, September... Oh, no, that's something different. Anyways, Michigan is September 26th. So people will start voting soon. Some people, at least. You guys, I just don't have a good update on the Kentucky shooting. I haven't heard anything suggesting that that shooting is somehow connected. I mean, the only connection would be is if the guy who they're looking for in Laurel County somehow ended up 90 miles to the west and did a shooting tonight 90 miles to the west. I've heard nothing to suggest that the person they're looking for in Laurel County is the person who was involved in the shooting incident, whatever the nature of it was, in Kentucky in Hart County tonight. So if I hear anything like that, of course I'll let you know. There's not much information out that I know of, but I've heard nothing so far to suggest that it's the same person. Again, if I hear something about it, I will certainly let you know. Yeah. Our viewer, Elizabeth G, says, this is not a year to vote early. Who knows what will happen? Also, I know like the story was, I haven't gone back and listened to the scanner, but just because there's somebody who got shot on a road does not mean somebody went out on a road in Kentucky tonight and started just shooting at random people. Maybe there was a fight or something, or, that kind of thing. So I just don't know the details right now. Ashley says in capital letters and 5 question marks, how are you going to do a post-debate and not do a poll on who won the debate? Well, as I explained a couple times earlier in the stream, I don't like doing that kind of question because I feel it ends up just, people end up just voting on what candidate they like better. And more importantly, I feel like it's just a divisive question. And I don't like it to be very divisive here. I don't like that atmosphere. So I tend to not do polls on who are you voting for president or who won the debate. There's plenty of places where we can do those kind of polls. I'd rather not do them here. So I'm sorry if you wanted that, but I don't think it's that insightful because I think it'll probably just track who on a given night, what the breakdown is of Harris to Trump voters. Now, maybe it wouldn't, but that's the choice I made tonight. And then people get all angry. And then they start yelling at each other in the chat. Oh, I just saw something. What is it here? What was this thing? Oh. Did I get an alert saying new equipment coming? Did something happen to the... I think maybe the Hart County scanner went down or something that people were listening to in Kentucky. I think I might have gotten an alert that said new equipment coming from scanner radio. Maybe that means new scanner equipment. I don't know. Anyways, once we get done with this, I'll look into it. I can't really cover it right now in detail anyway, so we'll take a few more comments here on the election. Mark thinks it would be divisive. I'm not going to do it. We could do a poll on whether we should have a poll about who won, but it's my choice. Okay. Any final thoughts, guys? More of you than not. I mean, some of you think there'll be a second debate. I think more of you, if I remember right, thought there would not be a second debate. But some of you think there will be. Maybe we'll be back here in a month covering... Well, there's the vice presidential debate, which is October 1st. That's the vice presidential debate. So we'll probably do a pre and post show for that. Yeah, and who knows what happens. The headline on Fox News right now is ABC News fact checks Trump more than Harris. Now, there's a couple different ways you could interpret this. One way you could interpret that is that ABC News was making life more difficult for Trump and trying to fact check Trump more. Another way you could look at it is that Trump said more things that cried out to be fact checked. So I'll leave it to you to decide what to think. But there's different reasons that could explain if one side if the moderators fact checked one candidate more than another. All right, guys. I think it might be our time. Hey, thank you, Darky7, for your support. Thank you, Darky7. Oh, also thank you to Selena's Reborn Nursery for becoming a member. Thank you. Do I sign the mugs? No. The mugs there are mugs you can order, but they're not signed versions. I'm sorry about that, but the one I use isn't signed. The mods can post that in the chat. All right. Well, I think it's time. I think we're getting there. Oh, by the way, thanks to Paper City Gamer over there on Twitch and Relila and Ma Florida 22. Oh my gosh, I did it again. I forgot some thank yous on Twitch. Barker J. Rar, Ma Florida 22, if you're still there, Relila, Paper City Gamer, Patora 1701, Steel Bladder. Thanks for your support on Twitch. T-Bray02, oh man. New Dragons. I've been better lately. I just kind of dropped the ball on this. Skoyatolo 56, thanks on Twitch. And El Spuno. I think I thanked El Spuno. And thanks, Bebop and Rocksteady. Thanks so much, Bebop and Rocksteady. All right, so we did a pre-show, we did a in-debate chat, we did a post-show, we got to see Trump in the spin room for a bit, we watched some of the spin room, we took some of your comments, we got to report on the Taylor Swift endorsement and all that. So I think it's time for us to wrap up this stream, but I really appreciate you joining me for our pre- and post-debate stream. I'm really sorry we couldn't have the actual debate on, but that's not up to me, that was up to ABC. So, yeah, I think we'll do for the vice presidential debate. At least we'll do the pre-show and post-show. Why not? I don't know that I'll have footage though. I really appreciate you watching. This is Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news. If there's big news tonight after the debate, I will cover it. I'll look into that whole Kentucky thing. I can't really do it right now. I'll look into it when I'm off the air. I don't see that much out about it right now, but I'll have to look into it. Maybe I'll go back and listen to the scanner. I'm talking about the Hart County thing. But I have no evidence right now that the shooting 90 miles away in Kentucky tonight had anything to do with the escaped person, with the person they're looking for in Laurel County. I've heard nothing to suggest yet that that is anything to do with it. So I will certainly let you know if I hear otherwise. So I really appreciate you tuning in. Agenda Free TV, subscribe and follow. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And I will post news updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news @Lookner when we're not on the air. And hey, turn on notifications. Turn on the notifications for this channel. We have our own notification system because I don't know when big breaking news is going to happen. It could happen in an hour from now. So sign up to get notified when we go live. We have a system we created through Discord. It works great. You sign up once, it's free. You get sent a notification right before we go live every time we go live. So the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the link in the YouTube and Facebook description for this broadcast. So sign up for the notifications. And let's shout out our moderators. Oh my gosh, they are amazing. These politics streams are especially tough in the chat, but the moderators, they allow us to have chat rooms. They allow us to keep it civil, even though we got people, fans of Harris and Trump, talking to each other in the chat. I like that we can bring them together and have a civil discussion. So that's because of the mods. Cynthia Moon and Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube, and all of our other moderators who have been there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, Linda Belk and Larry on X. On Facebook, Raven Lynn. Thank you. Beth Shepard, thanks for being there. All of our YouTube mods. Charlotte Webb, Ronald Egnor, thank you so much. And on Twitch, A Moment of Lovely, Seriro, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Div. And all of our other Twitch mods. Big thanks to our moderators. Thank you. Good job. And thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. It's so nice of you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support for the channel. You're the ones who allow this channel to exist. To allow me to buy footage like we got the... I liked having the spin room footage. That was fun. So really appreciate your support. Thank you. I think I thanked everybody. If anybody ever wants to donate, if you ever want to donate to the channel, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks so much for letting this channel exist. And Another really good way to keep up with when we're coming on the air is follow Agenda Free TV on X, because I always post there before we're going live and let you know. Today I posted early that we were going to do this debate stream, so you can, for scheduling updates, add Agenda Free TV on X. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Let's see here. And I also want to, if you want to do the Discord chat, we actually have a free chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live, when we're not on the air. So check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the notifications. That notifications link, you can check out the Discord chat too. It's free. Check it out. A lot of our viewers like chatting with other viewers in the Discord. Hey, thanks so much to Gringo for the gift memberships. Thank you, Gringo. So nice of you. Thank you, Gringo. And a reminder for those of you who watch on YouTube, if you want to get the YouTube notifications, which can be helpful in letting you know when we're going live, you got to subscribe, but also you got to do this thing. Where is it here? Where is it here? Right here. On YouTube, you subscribe and then you hit this bell and you choose all notifications. So that's what you got to do to get the YouTube notifications. Subscribe, hit the bell, and choose all notifications. Let's thank some of our other supporters, like on Twitch, our subscribers like Sarah and Great Gosh, Wall Street and Shaggy, Travrake, Jack's Animals, New Dragons, El Spuno, and My Florida, Barker J. Roar, and Sarah, Tim Apples, probably repeating people, sorry. Al Yatsion, thanks for subscribing. Chaotic Chickens, Fweeky Beats, and all of our other subscribers over there. Night Owl say as well. Night Owl, thanks for subscribing. All of our other subscribers on Twitch, thank you. Our Facebook subscribers too, like Robert Real, Eve Richards, Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, Robert Real II, Lou Green, Jane Summers, Billy Joe Drage. Big thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers. Really appreciate your support. And our YouTube members, like Ethan Marshall, our newest member. Thank you, Ethan. Joe Hart, Sky B, PZ Papazulu, Angelo Max, Greg, Susie Irish. Greg says another live stream tonight. Greg, we've already done 2 today, and it's 12:38. But if there's big news, there'll be another live stream tonight. If there's not big news, there's not going to be another live stream. But we'll see what the news is like. UV Lightning, Lucky Minute, Chris N, Cajun Shrimp, Hosta Boss, Misconstrue on YouTube. Thanks for being a member, Greg, Darky7. Hey, our new members, Adam Scott, Linda Lou, Misconstrue, Lachlan Cosgrove, and Powef from EP. Darth Pronator, PZ Papa Zulu, Sonic Teal, Susie Irish, Cajun Shrimp, Kristen Smith, Clarence the Conqueror, Jennifer Dillon Waltham, and Waltham, H. Parsons, Turnt Off, Justin King, Krista Baresi, Jesse James, Jay Tizzo, Selena's Reborn Nursery. Thank you for being members. Duck Prince. And all of our other viewers and chatters. The New Age Riseth. Hidden Name. Oh, Jonah mentions the hurricane. It depends. The hurricane, will we be doing a hurricane stream? It depends. It depends on how it is. Depends on how it is. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I have to check on that too. Sandy Poole, who's in Mexico, U.S. citizen in Mexico. Thanks, Sandy, for watching. Jasmine Beatty, Melissa Terry, thanks for watching on Facebook. Thomas Hall, thanks for shouting out the mods. Chelsea Eberhardt. Leanne Ticknor, one of our subscribers. Thank you, Leanne. Can you pay for a signed mug? I mean, it's kind of tough. If you really want to like send one to the P.O. box and send a return box that it's very easy for me to send back to you, maybe I'll think about it. It needs to be easy for me to do, though. Otherwise, it's a whole thing. Otherwise, it's a whole thing. But you can write to me. You know where to reach me. At Lookner on X. The mods can give you there's the Agenda Free TV Gmail address, agendafreetv@gmail.com. So you can reach me. Anyways, thanks to all of our other viewers as well. All right, guys, it's time. It is time, it is time, it is time. I will not sign pets. All right, guys. Hey, thanks so much for being here. Thanks for joining me for the post and pre-show. Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, just as I was about to get off the air, one of my viewers sent the Hart County News Herald said that a suspect has been apprehended after an active shooter situation near an RV park near the turnpike, a turnpike in Hart County. So thank you. Again, thank you to Andrew M. for sending that to me. There's no evidence that shooting right now is related to the highway shooting over the weekend. But I'll keep an eye out for it. All right, guys, that is it. We are wrapping it up. We are wrapping it up. Thank you for being here. This has been our live presidential debate, pre-show and chat and post-show. If there's a second debate, we'll do it again. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for coming to the pre-show and post-show. And thank you again to the mods. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.